All right then. Finally got some more stuff to sharpen tonight. Kershaw Cryo. Oh. We can work on that. A Gerber flat iron, I believe, is what this is. And a Browning fixed blade. Yep, getting paid to sharpen these ones. So that's good. Let's get... I'm getting $14 for the 3. Not terrible. Right on the corner of upping my price from 14 to, this is going to sound insane, from 14 or $5 a knife to 20, and call it premium knife sharpening, exclusively for knives that are over $300. I have still yet to pull that off on a regular basis, but I also don't check for it, so I kind of want to take this one apart because I know that there's an issue that it's having where the plate, it's been taken apart before and it was put together wrong. I'm not getting paid to clean it though, so Now, they weren't super dull to begin with. Somebody tried sharpening these. Either that or the Gerber factory edge looks like trash. I'm going for shaving at the moment. In the live stream, what did mine last? Like 2.5, 3 hours on 15V or whatever? And the Maximate wasn't too far off that either. That's why you hand them a crappy knife. Or you just do whatever they were going to do for them. You know, the sharpening streams used to get attention pretty good. I don't, and I don't. Pretty sure that meme's outdated, my guy. And it's not even 3 a.m. Holy cat, what's up? I don't care. Answer the phone, hang up, whatever. No, that's everybody. YouTube changed something and it's pissing me off. They did that last night. Donate 60K and I'll live stream it. Ground Fog, what's up? Apparently, Benchmade Crewwear is sitting between 63 and 65 HRC. I didn't know that. War Smith, what's up? Don't worry, we're not going to hit that goal anyway, Mafia. Beautiful. Fully reprofiled. Looking good. Especially the Adamas. The Adamas is freaking thick. I've yet to have that happen. Yes, I've never changed the 500 grit. Actually, that's not true. I haven't changed it in a few months, or a couple months though. Oh, nice. They never got back to me about sending me any of the new shit, but they also haven't made any new shit, so. So I think I've decided the kind of box that I'm going to be doing for my knives. I saw somebody custom made 3D printed boxes for their knives that their knives fit in perfectly, and I love that idea. It is right between a diamond plate and a diamond emulsion. It does a lot of refinement work. Not very good for reprofiling, but Punch, what's up? YouTube has changed how you see people's names in live streams. Doke, what's up? How's it going? So instead of seeing the name that you would normally see from everybody, you're seeing their tag instead. Very annoying if you ask me. So, real quick. Yep. Shave test. Successful. This set goes up to 3,000 grit. Now, real quick, before I sharpen this one, I want to see if I can take it apart. Because there is an issue with it that I've noticed. Oh, good. So I was right, it has been taken apart before. And it was put back together incorrectly. No, AJ. It's a regular glass plate, but it comes with the set. I don't care what anybody says, Uncrustables are fire. Yep, saw that coming. Broke the T6 bit. Again. Oh, the downside of buying cheap shit. Guess we'll see if I strip this one or if I twist the splines off. There we go. So this has, yep. Oh, interesting. The plate has been bent. That would explain the issue. I wonder what caused that. That part's straight. Well, now it's straight too. Oh, no, it's twisted. While we're in here, now that's fixed. Yep, Kershaw Cryo. Nope. Dropping it wouldn't have caused the damage that I'm seeing. It wasn't that big of a deal, honestly. If you'll notice, it's crooked down on this end. It's just dirty. It's not all that bad. Much better. Okay. Now, I didn't get paid for a cleaning service, but it's the downside of being the way that I am. Actually, the blade's in pretty solid condition, too. I've seen significantly worse. But this plate was sitting there like this instead of being pushed up into. I see. No, that would explain it. The hole doesn't line up. Wonder if this is an aftermarket part. Two options. No, it wasn't even issues putting it back together. This hole right here doesn't line up with that hole. So I'm going to go check the Kershaw website real quick and see if they ship out plates, spring bar plates. I'm not sure that that's a Kershaw part. Or if it is, I don't think that it's from this knife. Parts request form. Oh my god, your guys' website is garbage. Model number. $1555 Ti 1555 Ti. Okay, so my options for this knife are spring, grip inlays, doesn't have those. Handle screw set, doesn't need it. Doesn't need bearings or washers. Pivot bolt set, pivot washers, no. Pocket clip, safety tip lock, spacer set, stop pin. We're going to go with spring because it says specify below. And then we say the plate covering the spring doesn't line up with the hole on the scale. I believe it's 8CR, yep. We'll go ahead and do I'll just order these parts once I'm done with the stream. I'm not putting in all my info while the stream's still going. But yeah, I can see why that would be an issue and why it was having the problem that it was. And the problem that it was having was they lined up the hole. When they lined up the hole, it didn't fit flat. So the blade was rubbing up against this section right here that was exposed above the there. Anyway, go ahead and clean this thing out real quick. And yep, I broke a T6 doing this. A T6 bit. So I need to go and buy some, or need to go and have those replaced under warranty. Because no, I'm not going to modify somebody else's knife. Replacement parts is a different deal, but doing something like that is what I'd call like heavy modification, and without having permission to do it, and not being super skilled with a drill press, I'm not going to do that. Okay. Go ahead and wipe off the blade. Then once we're done with this, we'll go ahead and sharpen it. A little bit of grease. Swap to all messages, so I'm not missing any comments. You know, you gotta pay attention to all those people saying I'm doing it wrong. Guess I'll try putting it in a different way than I normally do. Put it together the sandwich method and see how that works. Yeah, I knew somebody was going to comment on that. I was never able to open it that way to begin with. Oh. There we go. So I'll be ordering a replacement part on that one. Whether the guy actually wants it replaced, kind of up to him, considering I'm giving it back to him tomorrow. Turnaround time on that replacement part's probably going to be 2 or 3 weeks. And most people don't want to wait that long. So, time to move back over to sharpening. Real quick. Sharpness test. Okay, back to sharpening. Giving him bite? What do you mean? Well, to be fair, I am getting paid to sharpen knives. The whole cleaning it thing was just because I found that one annoying, and there was a problem with it that I wanted to fix. The downside, I'm unable to fix the problem. I should see if he wants to buy my Kershaw Cryo 2 from me. Thanks, YouTube, for asking some of the dumbest questions out there. Is it hot or cold where you are? Turns out I forgot to turn the Xbox off. I'll be right back. Hot, cold, fair enough. Stupid question, I completely agree. The worst part about sharpening this style of Kershaw knife is the plunge grind. Sits right where the blade ends. Right at the heel. Makes it really hard to sharpen these things. Leaves a smile every time you do it. Which doesn't look good. There we go. Just real quick, I want to look up the Gerber flat iron again. Make sure that that was the other knife I was sharpening. Nope. Flat iron's way bigger than this thing. No. Darn. Oh, the Asada. Gerber Asada. Well, the Asada is sharp as shit now. Seven CR. Okay, so I was right. I want that thing to be smoother by the time I give it back to the guy. Another quick paper test. That's the previous cut. Oh, so much nicer. Okay, now for the fixed blade. Now the fixed blade wasn't all that dull. It's got a burr on one side though, so I'm assuming that that's what was causing it to feel like it wasn't sharp. Now for this one, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to the best of my ability, reprofile this thing and then put a polished edge on it because the whole blade is polished and it's just going to look better. So we're going to go through all the steps starting at 400 and moving up to 500, 1800, and then 3000. And then we'll be going to a 5 micron diamond strop for finishing. Now, he didn't pay for the polished finish. I just think that it looks nice on a blade that's already polished. Gonna go ahead and swap sides. It's wedding day. Who's getting married? Good luck. I mean, happy wedding day. Yeah, that's what I meant. We'll go with that. Jealous. DeForest, welcome back. Don't worry, I won't get too jealous. Damn. But yeah, good for you, dude. I'm gonna be honest, I just don't want the government getting mingled in with all the shit that I do. Get over here. Oh. God damn it. Now I gotta end the YouTube channel. Now they know I'm sharpening knives. Pfft, I'm screwed at this point. All thanks to the forest. I tell them to mind their own business. Don't worry about what I'm doing. But no. The forest has to come in and rat me out. I should work on getting a contract with the local police department. Just like, hey, I'll sharpen your guys' knives. That bracket thing, what? You mean like a fixed angle system? Yep, the only reason I don't have a fixed angle system is because sales tax on that thing is so damn high. Exactly. Have a first responder discount. Okay. Step 2's finished. Move on up to 1800 grit. A quality knife is important. You know, I might just drop by my local fire department and see if they want some knives sharpened. Go with a performance edge, not an edge that's for looks. Real quick. I want to take the burr off that's still here. Well, I suck at sharpening kitchen knives. Damn it. We're moving back down to 400 grit because I missed a spot. Yeah, I'm good at pocket knives because they're smaller. A kitchen knife, gonna have issues. Oh, trust me, I get it. I just suck at sharpening kitchen knives. I'm gonna be honest, that guys, this thing has a recurve and I'm suffering right now. Sometimes I really dislike sharpening knives. Liquid Grin, what's up? Glad to hear you're getting some good use out of it. Now, how'd you get into first place with 3 messages? That's the exact reason why I think the XP system is broken. Well, I appreciate that, because nobody said anything for like the past 5 minutes. Nice. I don't. But I could make a new strop if I wanted to. I was gonna go full polish on this thing, and I can't because it's got a recurve that I didn't see when I started sharpening. Thank you. Glad somebody uses it. I don't come up with recipes like that for no reason. They're useful. It's better than water by miles. God, I'm glad somebody actually uses that shit. Because, like, tons of people have asked what I use, and nobody's ever come back with, I tried that recipe and it works great, or I've tried that recipe and it doesn't do shit. Nobody's ever said anything about it after I brought it up. And the little bit of modifications that I make once every couple weeks, uh, for better or worse, it's worth testing. But nobody ever tells me how it goes with their stuff. It should work pretty good on actual whetstones too. But I need to test that before I make that claim. So we're going to try and go for the full polish anyway, even though it has a recurve. I doubt I'll be able to pull it off. I've probably had a good 40 people ask about what stuff I use when I'm sharpening. You're the first person that I've heard that's actually tried it. Oh, this is actually working. Okay. Beautiful. No, I want to test it on a cheap Arkansas stone. There's a store nearby that sells them for like $7. And they're 4-inch stones, but it'll be my first natural stone. And I haven't heard great things, but I haven't heard terrible things either, so. Roy, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, 8x3 is pretty standard. I used to think it was 9x3. These are 9x3. Most of my other ones are 8 or 6. Not a whole lot, just sharpening a couple knives for a customer. Making some money. Yeah, most of the knives in the house are under um, under 5 inches. I would agree, it's hard to call it a pocket fixed blade if it won't fit in your pocket. I think most people would agree on that sentiment. If they don't need it done, then they don't need it done. There isn't much of a point in sharpening a knife that's already sharp. Well, there we go. 3 knives sharpened in an hour and a half. I didn't take the whole time sharpening them. Couldn't let that one naturally dry. How's the Sebenza doing now that I actually went out and cut a bunch of cardboard with it? Not great. That's actually really bad. So we're going to do one more test on paper, and then I'm going to strop it and see how big of a difference just a strop will do. Okay. It is a lot better, but it's not what I would consider sharp anymore. I also went through 3 boxes that were double thick cardboard with it before it ended up like that. The stropping compound I use is this stuff. Lacey's Diamond Emulsion 5 micron Shakewell. Shakewell isn't part of the name, but you can get this stuff on Blade Binge for $23 and reapply it every once in a while. It doesn't need it at the moment, and I've probably stropped a good 20 knives on this thing since I last did a reapplication, so it is a liquid, yeah. It's a liquid with diamond bits that are suspended in the liquid. It's heavily dependent on heat treat with every steel. So we're going to sharpen the Sebenza for the first time. Because that isn't sharp to me, and I want a sharp knife. And I don't want a polished edge like it had, because I don't care. 500 grit max, that's what we usually go to. Because 500 grit is one of the best grits. Okay. Great question. Without it, what's the point? So what's up with all these companies coming out with knives in S90V, but they're heat treated to 59 HRC? You get where I'm going with this? Because it's a common thing nowadays. They do all this shit. They use the more expensive steels, but they don't heat treat them properly. So you get that, wow, this is cheap for S90V or something like that, but it's heat treated to 58 to 60 HRC when it should be like 63 plus. Really glassy feeling. This is definitely on the higher end of I think QSP was doing it. Like maxing out at 61. But S90V is supposed to be a higher hardness steel to end up with that insane edge retention that it's known for. Yeah, most of the time. It depends on how bad it is. If it's like really bad from factory, then I'll go to the 140 because that's the lowest that I have. So I think Jack Wolf does it at, oh, what was it? 62 to 64. I made a video on this a little bit ago, talking about the new Mini Barrage when it came out, the Mini Barrage Gold class. Let me check what the hardness on that one was. Like, it was $500 when it came out, and it still is, apparently. And the heat treat, of course that they don't have it on there. God damn it. Fine, I'll just go watch my own short on it. because nobody else has the information put up readily available. Why would they? Why would they do that? Why would they make it easy? Just a sec, guys. I'm checking some info so I know what I'm talking about before I start spewing shit. There we go. Me talking about buying Benchmade knives. Complaining about prices of Benchmade. Yeah. Gold Class Mini Barrage. 59 to 61 HRC S90V for $500. And don't get me wrong, Jack Wolf did 60 to 61, but well, there we go. Thank you for some info. Ugh. Yeah, every time that I think of these high edge retention steels, I expect them to be in the mid 60s. I mean, think about it. You're looking at MagnaCut at, I think its peak is 65. Maximid at 67 to 69. S125V, I think sits at like 63 to 64 or something. When I think of S90V, I think high hardness. I don't think like average hardness. So I'll admit that's my fault. For not doing my research on that one. Can you blame me though? Yeah, you won't tell a difference, to be honest. Once you get into those mid 60s with the same steels. You'll definitely notice it when sharpening, but edge retention wise, they all tend to end up in the same range. God, I wish you didn't sharpen my knife. If you ever get the chance to buy a used knife from somebody, and they ask if you want it sharpened, ask what they're using to sharpen it. I want to show you guys something. The exact reason why I don't let other people touch my knives. It will make perfect sense when I show you guys this. It's so annoying. Yeah, if they ask if you want it sharpened, I just say no. I would have said no if I would rather sharpen my knife myself because it has my personal edge, an edge that I enjoy the way that it is. I don't need somebody else to sharpen it for me. Don't get me wrong, it was a nice edge. But I have my preferred angle and everything. And fixing, I'm not going to call it a mistake. I'm more going to call it to my specifications. Fixing an angle to my specifications after it's been gone through with a fixed angle is a huge pain. So you'll notice you can see my scratch pattern. Just about all the way up to the flat or the hollow grind, all the way down until you get up towards the tip, where you'll start to see an angle disparagement right there. Just very, very slight. But the further down you go towards the tip, the worse that angle disparagement gets. And you'll see my scratch pattern not ending where the hollow grind begins. And then once you get up towards like the very tip where most of the edge is that previous sharpening job that I just don't want. Come on, you can do it. You can focus on it. There we go. No, no. Yeah. So that's what's left of the previous polishing or polished edge. The tip was also rounded off when I got my hands on it, but that's a practice issue more than anything else. Sharpening tips isn't all that bad for me. I have more of an issue. You can see the polished section versus the more matte finished section. I have more issues with Tontos than anything else because it's two flats that meet in one section, and I really don't like messing with that. Anyway, now what we're trying to fix is that. Oh, that's fair. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I hate Tontos so much. Knife Pile on YouTube, I think he's pretty new. He's apparently pretty decent at sharpening Tontos. I don't think, I was new to his channel and I said, let's see, he made a video sharpening that Walmart Elevation or Walmart Valor. And I said, ooh, look at me, I'm Knife Pile and I know how to sharpen a Tonto. Show off. I'm not sure if he took it as a joke, like I meant it, or if he took it as mocking. I'm hoping I get to see him on a live stream one of these days and say that it was a joke. Or maybe just drop by his channel one of these days and say, hey, I was kidding on that. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine sharpening stuff like this. And, oh, royally fucked one side, as per usual. Another issue with fixed angle sharpening systems is if you don't have them perfectly centered, one side gets sharpened down further than the other. Another fun thing about this steel, on this one specifically, my other one didn't have this issue. I'm not getting much of a burr. I'm not saying that it's an issue, again. I just more find it interesting that the harder the steel is, the less of a burr shows up. And somebody was complaining about, oh, what was it? 15V has a super stubborn burr. And I was like, no, it doesn't. When I sharpened mine in 15V, it was one pass and the burr broke off, and then it was perfect after that. But I do find it interesting how other people have different issues when sharpening. Hi. How's it going? Inconel is a very, very interesting material. And I don't like it. I think it's interesting. Don't get me wrong, cool and interesting. But other than that, I don't think I'd want to handle it or really mess around with it because it's so damn expensive. One of those other materials that'll do something like that. Crap, what was that knife? I sharpened something in some weird steel, like low end steel, and it developed such a stubborn burr that I couldn't get to come off, short of using tweezers to pull it off. Nothing I did pulled that burr off other than grabbing a set of tweezers and pulling it off. That was it. It was a cheap steel though, whatever it was, but oh my god. It's always the cheap ones. Always the cheap ones that cause such big issues. Like this stuff's been great. I do one or two passes back and forth and then the burr's gone. That's why I love MagnaCut at high hardness. Right where it belongs. It didn't even snap. I had to pull it off and it made like, how do you describe that? It wasn't a pop or a crunch. It was like a metal on metal squeak. kind of a sound. Oh my God. It was all around the worst steel I've ever sharpened, experience wise. It's one of the reasons why I don't mess around with the cheap knives very much. God forbid I ever find out what steel it was. I'll do the lowest quality steel I'll do is 7CR. Anything lower than that, and I'm not messing with it. Because it takes too long. And don't get me wrong, they end up with some of the sharpest edges, but they don't hold them worth shit. And then you hand them back to the person, and then a week later they say it's dull and it's your fault. Like, no, it's not. It's the fact that you bought a $12 knife because it was $12 and thought that it was going to be the best shit ever in the world. Yup. Nope, I won't do 5CR. Well, actually, I've done it before and it wasn't terrible. 3CR, I will not touch again. For sharpening practice, it's fine. For doing anything else, hot garbage. Oh, finally. Getting exactly what I wanted out of this thing. I've been like mildly irritated the whole time that I've owned this. Because of the slightly rounded off edge. Pour all the excess of this stuff in there. And make a new batch. You know, it'd be really funny is if this squirt bottle cap would fit on the water bottle. It doesn't. I tried, but exactly. No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I think 3CR was the longest sharpening session I've ever done. Because I had to clean my stone 4 times, and I'm trying to think of how this went. Let's see. Went and sharpened. Couldn't develop a burr. The stone stopped cutting. Cleaned the stone. Continued sharpening. Yeah, so you have to reprofile at any time, or anyway. Cleaned out the stone, reprofiled again, gummed up, needed it cleaned. Reprofiled, gummed up, needed it cleaned, reprofiled, and then spent 15 minutes removing the burr properly. Oh my God, it was a nightmare. Hey, we're sharing experiences and trauma when it comes to 3CR. Don't be giving me the world's smallest violin. But it is easily one of the worst steels that I've ever handled. Inverted, what's up? How's it going? I finally got somebody that tried my sharpening mix. He was just in here a minute ago. I'm doing just fine. I just finished sharpening three knives for a customer. Case True Sharp is 420 HC, but hardened soft instead of hardened properly. Oh, but Case stainless is good shit. No, it's not. It's really not. I'm not gonna sit there and lie to you guys about it. They're charging way too much. Oh, but it's American made. Uh-huh. You know what else is American made? Some of the worst potatoes I've ever tasted. 440A is the same as 7CR. Well, actually, 440A is the American equivalent to 7CR. So I would actually hazard a guess that they're using 7CR and claiming that it's 440A when it's not. I charge $5. $5 a knife for folding knives, and I don't do kitchen knives. Yep, $5. It's cheaper than just about everybody else around here, but I do it by hand when everybody else does it with belts. So yeah, I don't charge a whole lot. I'm trying to beat the going rate, but it's not working out very well. Almost nobody has taken me up on the offer. Shit, dude, you just got $1 million right there. All right. So it's already sharp at this point. There's no point in continuing to fix that the mistakes from the last sharpening. They'll be fixed over time. I don't want to waste blade steel when it's this expensive. when a new blade's like 100 to 150 bucks and 9 months of waiting. You know what would be really nice is if I could say, hey, could you guys make a new blade for this? And then I'll come drop it off when you guys need to fit it. So I don't have to sit there and not have my Sebenza for 9 months. Yeah. Turnaround time for a new blade for a Sebenza right now is 9 months to a year. When they started coming out with the MagnaCut blades, everybody wanted new blades. And nobody wanted to sit there and have their S35, S45 blades that are sitting there between '59 and '62 HRC. They want the new shit, the good shit. The problem that I don't think most people get when they're doing this is like S45 VN is still fine. Go buy a Chris Reeve, an S45 VN for under market price because nobody wants S45 VN, and be happy with it because guess what? It's still a good steel. Use your knife. When you're finally done with that blade, or you break it or something like that, send it in and get a new one. But until then, S45 VN, S35 VN, S30V if you're getting one that's that old, none of them are going to be a problem because they're all still good steels. Don't get me wrong. Holy shit, they're overpriced when you're getting them for those steels. Do you still have that 452? No, see, I love MagnaCut because it's high hardness. Oh, I was gonna say, you can get a new blade for that thing for 40 bucks. You send it into ZT and they charge you 40 bucks for a new blade. And I think they make that one in MagnaCut now. The 452. Let me double check that. Okay, yeah, so that one's been discontinued. However, if we get rid of the TI on that, China Star, what's up? Okay, yeah, so the blue carbon version is in MagnaCut. And I'll be honest, if you sent it in and said you want a MagnaCut blade, they'd probably give it to you. Again, $40 for a new blade, but still, that's $40 for a MagnaCut blade. Beats Chris Reeve prices by quite a bit. Alright, China Star, what's the new shit that you have this time? Look at me, I'm China Star, and I spent all my money on more knives. Says the one who spent all his money on all his knives. And has no money left. Just expect me to talk shit. I mean, no, but you can. I don't think anybody's going to be mad that you got a new knife. I don't think I've ever seen the Mordax. Or maybe I have. Okay. Paper test. Yeah. So this was before we stropped it, after 3 double thick cardboard boxes. This was after stropping it, and I still wasn't pleased, and then this is now. They made a mini buster. I know they made a Tyro. I didn't know they made a mini buster. That sounds like just a really bad experience with one knife. You should buy a Kershaw. No. Not what I meant to say. You should buy a Chris Reeve. It's old. Discounted or discontinued? I can't afford to get a new knife every day, unfortunately. Instead, I can... Kai USA owns both Kershaw and ZT. Squeak. Squeak. Oh, my backspacer for my Sebenza should be showing up any day now. Well, yeah, but it's a pleasant surprise every time that a knife shows up. It'll be a pleasant surprise when my lightning tie backspacer for this thing clears customs after being stuck in limbo for 8 days. got $1 off my next purchase, though. Ah. I don't do knife swap. I don't like PayPal. Oh, but after 25 swaps, then you get to use whatever you want. Yeah, I know. I don't like PayPal though. See, this is why I carry 2 knives. I carry the one EDC knife, and then I carry the heavy use knife, which in this case is the same knife. I hate it when shit gets stuck in customs. It's the first time I've had it happen, and oh my god. I ordered it. I want you guys to get an idea of when I ordered this shit. There was a lightning tie backspacer for this. The last one that was on that store for $10. And I'm like, hell yeah, stick it in my cart. And then I wait a little bit. And then they do that thing where they say, oh, if you buy it now, it'll be $3. And I went and bought it now, and then it reverted back to 10. Kind of pissed off about that, but I would have bought it anyway. I did that on Halloween, October 31st. Right? Before I even bought this one. And it still hasn't shown up. I only do Cash App because they haven't been assholes to me. PayPal, I'm talking shit about you. You guys suck. 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 Actually, lately I've been carrying just the Sebenza, to be honest. Here pretty soon I'll be sticking the Icon knife in my other pocket for some heavy use stuff. We'll be doing some stupid shit with this thing. And then breaking it, and then checking their lifetime warranty, because I want to see how that works out. Oh, you give a shit what people think in public? Ugh. Yeah, exactly. I had a dispute with PayPal, and I won't use them again. Because fuck PayPal, they can suck it. Strawberries. You're gonna get the shits. It's gonna look like you're bleeding inside. I ate a whole pizza in like 15 minutes. And then 4 chicken wings. 5 chicken wings. Yeah, when it's your block of cheese, hell yeah. It's even better when it's somebody else's block of cheese, because then you didn't have to pay for it. We kid. We kid. Stealing other people's cheese, that's horrible. I don't think I could pull that off. I have... Dude, that's like half my weight. That's over half my weight. I don't think I could do that. Like, I'd be skinny enough that somebody could pick me up off the side of the road and steal me if I lost that much weight. I'd be 120 pounds. Congratulations, though, dude. Damn. Dude's taller than I am. That's actually been kind of a rare thing when talking to other people in the knife community. Most people are shorter than I am, which is weird. Kinda. Yeah, I'm 6 foot and 265. So it kind of seems like we're all on the same boat, to be honest. The problem on my end is I've never been able to cut properly. So all I do anytime that I work out, it's always bulk. So I end up going from 265 to like 300 pounds, but I could pick up any average person. No, but you could probably, well, no, we don't talk about the 4-letter M word. I don't think I'm allowed to talk about that. Yeah, I was gonna say, with that you might be able to, but with just about anything else, I don't think you could pull it off. You don't hear a whole lot about drugs around here, but when you do, it's because somebody died. As unfortunate as that is. Harbor Freight. The one that I don't feel terrible about abusing. We will use the shit out of this. I'm going to cut a nail in half with it. And then I'm going to snap the blade. And then we're going to bring it into Harbor Freight and get a replacement. Or at least I'm going to try and snap the blade. I'm not 100% sure if I can pull it off by hand. Gotta wear some pretty serious gloves for something like that. And I don't think we give knives enough credit for how tough. No, I don't want to freeze it first. I want to try as it is how it would have been pulling it straight out of my pocket. Because that just sounds like cheating. This is in D2. Don't get me wrong, I feel bad that Icon basically stole the design from Beg Knives, but shit, it's such a good deal that even with that being the case, I can't say not to buy it. Don't get me wrong, if you have the money, go buy one of the Beg Knives Glimpses. Those are a good knife too. But well, it's a liner lock, but it does stick out a bit. Oh, I've seen D2 go through a nail before as well. I've just never done it before. Ah, yes. Squeak. 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 You found my channel again. Welcome back. When was the last time you was in here? Channel activity. Holy shit, that was a while ago. Telling me to enjoy my pizza. I haven't had a pizza after stream in a long time. Like weeks. Anyway, you can find this channel again by subscribing if you want to. I don't tell people to do that because I find it annoying. But you asked how to find it, so that would be how. Yeah, that was a while ago. And I still stand by that. Showing my face on stream would not benefit the channel at all. Might have to come up with a second channel. Or maybe I do... I wonder how doing a music cover would work. I am doing alright, yes. I am still alive and kicking and stuff. In the next 1 or 2 years, I'll be trying to come out with a knife design. still debating on the name. I'm pretty sure it's going to be called the Seraph, though. You have a cousin who's a keyboard player in a big-time rock and roll band. Well, you need permission from the whole band, first of all. And then second of all, you would need, when you get a copyright strike, you would need to dispute it somehow, telling them that you have permission. The record label would need to know that you have permission. The only QB I have is the Tidius, and I don't dislike it. It's a pretty decent knife. Heat treated pretty damn well, though, so I was happy about that. Getting 14C this hard isn't very common. Well, the label is what matters. The record label is what matters. You're not even willing to give it a try? Heater is on. It's not on over here. Feels like it, though. Fucking hot in here. I can't afford to be buying anything else. All of my money is going directly towards saving up for that knife design to be made. So if there's almost any knives that you guys are interested in the channel, tell me. What kind of interest rate for that credit card? Squeak. If the interest rate's anything below like 5%, I'd probably try and keep it. Other than that, production. Going into full production, it's not going to be cheap though. I think I've decided that it's probably going to be $450. But for materials and the steel and heat treat, it's not a bad deal. You're getting a pretty dang good deal for it. Well, I think that that's dumb. I think the whole credit system's dumb. Honestly. It is definitely going to be a hell of a knife. The problem is upfront cost. At the moment, we have $6,000 in investment towards this project. And we need 15,000 for the first batch of 50. Every batch after that will be cheaper, but the first batch includes tooling costs and prototyping, as well as 8 production knives to be sent out to other YouTubers for testing. Oh no, I'll be making money on it. You lose 50 points for buying a car? You know what? I'm happy with my used car, or my used truck, and I think I'll stick with that. Would it be for sale in Europe? I don't know. It's not legal in most European countries because it's a frame lock. It's similar to this, but smoother, and a blade shape that I actually enjoy. This blade shape isn't bad, it's just not my favorite. Should be a great knife though. Can't wait to have that thing in hand. Oh, it's gonna be amazing. Oz Machine Company hasn't gotten back to me. I mean, if you're willing to pay for international shipping, I don't see a problem with it. Cody, what's up? Welcome back. Probably sell them on Blade Binge or something. The downside is I'm losing a decent amount of profit if I do it that way. I'd prefer to sell direct. Well, what'd you do in the hospital? Well, what'd you do to be in the hospital, I guess? Well, this design isn't really a stabby shape, so I'm not going to say it's impossible to stab with it. I'm going to say it's pretty hard to do so. Again, it's not a very stabby shape. God, I didn't even see old Dirty Booger in here. No, your name just didn't show up. YouTube's been being a bitch lately, so I obviously need to update the app. You want to know what knife I was going after when I designed this thing? It is very utility focused, yes. I could kind of see that, but this one isn't a front flipper. He's saying the blade looks like this, kinda. Anyway, the knife, this design was supposed to, because they don't make it anymore, this design was supposed to be an update to the Kershaw Junkyard Dog 2. And the Junkyard Dog 2, I have one in titanium. And I can show you guys where I got certain ideas from. So my Junkyard Dog 2 is right here. So the handle design on the front was where I got this idea from. The back end was taken off of the Sebenza, and as well as the spine area was taken from this when it was originally more like this when I first designed it. Mine doesn't have a flipper tab because I don't like flipper tabs on a frame lock. And I also don't know how to design a flipper knife, so it's just not going to happen. The blade shape was a mix between this and the Insingo blade shape on this. This one's a drop point, but it was supposed to be a mix between this and the Insingo. Yeah, it's going to be about the same size as the Sebenza. Again, I'm not trying to go after the Sebenzo and with this design. I just like this size because it's comfortable. And I like this. Now, originally my design, I have the original pictures from before I modified it to be the shape that it currently is. And it was going to be a cheap Chinese made replacement for the Junkyard Dog 2 because they don't make it anymore. And I was disappointed with that. Let me go find that picture. So here's where the design started. It was like this. So when somebody says, "Oh, you're trying to copy the Sebenza," or "Oh, you're trying to copy the Nkosi," I'm not. It started off like this and ended up the way that it did. So this design, that handle design, was because when I was messing around with the Junkyard Dog 2, I like having this thumb cut out right here. And then when you hold it like this, having a second swoop right here fits perfectly with the palm right here. And it would just be comfortable all around. And then I decided after I got my first Sebenza that I didn't really want that second swoop, and I could have gotten rid of the screw that needed to be there to help support back here. Okay, well, we'll see in a bit then. So I got rid of that screw, which was less cost. And then I got rid of another screw that was going to be up here, which was another extra cost. Like this. I don't think it'd be super comfortable like that. I mean, it's almost going to feel like an Nkosi. That's not terrible, especially with the pocket clip where it is. Anyway, so this is where that design started. At the time, it was my most valuable knife. And now it's not because these have gone down in price. Squeak. Thank you. That is exactly why. Okay, so I designed it the way I did because when you're using a knife for utilitarian reasons, mainly cutting cardboard and stuff like that, a large belly pulls the cut out. So when you're cutting, it pulls itself out instead of keeping itself forced in there. And notice how it does that curve up and then it pulls itself out. Now, I'm not going to say most, a decent chunk of sheep's foot blades don't do it quite as much as others. Trying to think of it. I don't own a whole lot of sheep's foot knives, unfortunately. They're my favorite blade shape. I just don't have a ton of them downstairs out in the open right now. But yeah, the reason I designed it the way I did, kind of like this, straight cut. See, all the other ones did that curve up and then pulled themselves out, up and out, up and out, and this one didn't. And this is about the same blade shape as the one that I designed. I think we can all agree on this one. But yeah, I was cutting cardboard with a drop point, and it kept pulling itself out of the cut because the cardboard was too dense up against up here, and it would just push itself right out. Which is why I had it designed that way, so that it didn't do that. Because it pissed me off every time that it did. Which is why we're here where we are now. Flat cuts on a table, going out and eating, you can use that instead of the crappy shit that they give you at a steak place. And when you're cutting food, the only thing that should touch is the very tip. The only thing that will go dull is the tip, instead of a drop point where the thing that'll go dull is right here. So then you have to resharpen it when you get home. That was the biggest reason, is to prevent sharpening when unnecessary. Right? Cutting itself or pulling itself out of cuts and needing to sharpen when you don't really need to. Where again, right here, when you have it at a decent angle where it should be, kind of like this, the only thing that's touching is the belly right here. And if you do the same angle with this, the only thing that's touching is the tip. Oh, nice. You should tell him when he gets back from Safeway. Squeak. So, question, can we all agree that sandwiches should be cut in half? Yeah, that too. Overall, I just think the sheep's foot is the best blade shape. Okay, so we can all agree that sandwiches should be cut in half. Second question, straight or diagonally? This is going to separate the boys from the men right here. Do we want them cut in half straight so you get two rectangles, or cut diagonally so you get triangles? Diagonally, diagonally, diagonally. Glad we can all agree on that one. Cut diagonally is just better. Depends on the sandwich. You better have a good reason for the depends. I mean, you could, I guess. Wasn't what I was thinking about. I was just thinking that when you have a sandwich cut in half diagonally, you get the optimal large bite from the corner here, just right here. And it's just the best bite, the best first bite out of just about any sandwich that you can make with square pieces of bread. Yeah, I'm waiting for. We'll look this thing up. And if you're wrong, then You're banned. Okay, let's see. It's showing up. Um, um, I need to get an actual picture of one of theirs. The problem is I'm not getting any top-down pictures. It's all pictures of them sideways. And at the moment, with only this picture, you could cut it diagonally. But you're claiming that you can't, so there has to be something behind it. And I went on their website, and the ones that they showed were like little round sandwiches. And I'm like, you can't cut something round diagonally. Okay. Yep. You win on this one. I will give you that. That you cannot cut this thing diagonally with it being able to be done. I will give you that one. I mean, look at that. When you're grabbing that shit, I'm not going to say it's 6 inches. I think you're over exaggerating, but that's a good. What is that? 4.5? 4.5 inches? You squish it, obviously. Yeah, you couldn't do that one diagonally. I'll give you that one. Structural integrity is important in a sandwich, or else it's not a sandwich. Then it's just a fucking mess. Stop. What are you autofocusing for? There's nothing shiny on the screen. So I'll agree that that sandwich can't be cut in half diagonally. Other than that, yeah, but then you have the problem of you don't get that perfect corner bite because when you cut it in half, you've got the paper around it. I don't know, man. Well, one of my favorite breads is sourdough. So let's get a good. Oh, you piece of shit. A sandwich cut in half diagonally is just better because you get this bite. The issue with eating them like this is you get that huge first bite, right? And then you don't have a whole lot of sandwich left. Well, here's the problem. They've gotten it so big that it's kind of hard to eat them one-handed anyway. Oh yeah, the corner bite's just the best. Dude, it's always the best. You get the most flavor with the most I want to say toppings, but toppings isn't the right word. The most fillings in one bite. It's the best. The best, the best. We'll see you later, Trax. You have a good one. So now there's another question. Roll the paper. I don't know what you mean by roll the paper back. Take the triangle, move the meat out to the edge or out to the edge. Outside edge, inside edge. I'm assuming you meant out. But then if you move it to the outside edge, it's like, you ever seen a front loaded sandwich? I don't know how else to explain that. I mean, that's what it's termed as, is a front loaded sandwich, when they have like a sandwich that they cut in half and all of the fillings are just like right here. And then the rest is just fucking bread. And the worst type of sandwich right there, front loaded sandwich. I hate that so much. Oh. Oh, you mean like press down right here until it evenly spreads out on everywhere? I mean, that's kind of what I do to begin with. The sandwich I have in mind at the moment is an egg salad sandwich. Okay, yeah, no, that works. But when you're doing an egg salad sandwich, like, it has to be evenly spread. I don't want a bite of bread. I just don't. I'm having a sandwich for a reason. I mean, who orders a sandwich for the bread? Let's be real here. It better be some damn good bread if you're only ordering a sandwich for the bread. Oh. But now we got to find something else to talk about that's similar to this. Just go onto Google and look up lighthearted, extremely controversial opinions. All right. Since we're talking about sandwiches, I guess this had to come up at some point. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Because I want your guys' opinion before I give mine. Because I don't want any of you agreeing just because you're going to agree with me. I want your opinion first. And then I'll tell you mine and my reasoning behind it. Is a hot dog a sandwich? If a bologna sandwich is a sandwich, then so is a hot dog. Okay. I can see where you're going with that. Maybe we'll start a poll for this because I want people's opinions. Start poll. Gonzo, what's up? I saw that new Arius, by the way. That thing's fucking sick. Congratulations, dude. Bologna is just a hot dog pancake. Fair enough. One says yes, one says no. It's a little bit thicker than the Sabenza. It's just got more thickness total than the Sabenza does. This is also a flat grind, not a hollow grind like the Sabenza, so it sucks at cutting cardboard. So we got 2 votes for no and 1 vote for yes. I don't really pay attention to my likes, to be honest. I pay more attention to how many new people are subscribing. Makes me feel like my time was worth something. But lately I've been sitting here, I think I'm down a good 80% on my subscription count over the last week compared to this week last month. Come on, guys, we can get more votes than that. Is a hot dog a sandwich? I want 2 more votes before I give my opinion on this. Y'all are gonna hate my opinion. We got 2 yeses and 2 nos. Let's go ahead and get 1 more vote, and then I'll throw my opinion in there. From 700 subscribers, or one last vote, guys. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Yes or no? 1 more vote, and then we'll throw my opinion in there. Of all the things to talk about on a knife channel, is a hot dog a sandwich? That's not what came to mind. Well, it looks like we're not going to get that 5th vote, so. Fishy Fingers, thank you. You were going to bring up my opinion right there. I think that a hot dog is a taco. A hot dog is a taco because the bun is a single piece of bread, not 2 separate pieces of bread with filling. I'm going to be right back, guys. My sister needs help with something, so I'll be back in a minute. Never mind, this may be more than a minute. So in this case, what constitutes a kid there, though? Are we talking like toddlers? Because I think toddlers with socks and sandals is fine. But then I was thinking about it when I was a teenager. I thought sandals and socks were terrible because it just felt wrong. Probably has something to do with me putting, you know, sand in your socks just doesn't feel right. But when I was younger, I didn't give a shit. Under 5, fair enough. Thanks, Google. I'm sure that was a great hot take. Should schools start teaching how to be famous on social media? I, for one, think that that's a terrible idea. However, I think that trade schools should be more common and shouldn't be looked down upon the way that it is. I don't understand why people look down upon trade schools. Dang, everybody left again. Yeah, I was there on Thursday. And I'll be going there again today. Is there something you're looking for, or they've got a small Sabenza Tonto. They want too much for it, but they do. No, not yet. I need to get a hold of, damn, I can't remember anybody's names. They've got some interesting stuff there. I think my view count's just wrong. It still says 1. Damn. Maybe that'll get engagement. You know, you can just say guns, right? Like saying the word guns doesn't put you on a list or anything. It's not against any terms of service or anything like that. I don't understand why everybody censors the word firearm or guns or anything like that. Maybe on Instagram they do, but oh, I don't give a shit. I own guns. I'm planning on getting another one too. I just can't do it until this knife project is released. People get so touchy. I don't understand that. Hmm. I'm thinking about getting a Bodyguard 2.0 for carry. I don't wear jeans and I don't wear a belt, so I need something that's lightweight. And same thing with 22 that I say. Nobody wants to get hit with a 22. It's still going to hurt. Nobody wants to get hit with a 380. It's still going to hurt. And I promise you, when I put 10 rounds into you, it's not going to feel good. I wanted one because it's actually pretty comfortable and it fits my hand really well. The downside is it's no, I was thinking about going for a 22 to be honest, because it's lighter. The SR22 from Ruger is what I was going to go with. Because you can get an extended magazine, it'll hold like 15. And the first time I held one, it was really comfortable. The thing weighs just over a pound. And for everyday carry, just over a pound isn't bad. I think the rest of the shit that I carry is a pound. My phone, wallet, keys, and my knife, all that's a pound. One gun on top of that, an extra pound, pff, that's like a no shit right there. The downside that I have of carrying, I mean, don't get me wrong, I understand that it's better to have something than not have something. But there's no comfortable way of sitting while carrying, unless you have a side holster or something like that. I don't have enough pocket space. And if anything, it's going to be sitting in my left pocket because my right pocket has my phone and my knife. And I'm not saying I'm bad left-handed, but I'm not great with pistols. I'm on the verge of saying I'll hit you at 30 feet, but it's not going to be great. You know, I'll be aiming for your chest and I'll hit you in the balls, which is what tends to happen. At any range, I aim low, or I aim high and hit low for some reason. unless I'm aiming one-handed, which I learned that. I'm actually better aiming with one hand than I am using both. Yeah, if a rifle was easier to carry without getting looked at weird and having the police called on you, then I'd probably do that. I'd love to carry a rifle everywhere because I'm just better with a rifle than I am with everything else. I would carry an AR-15 daily if it wouldn't get the cops called on me so often. I don't know if this is a good legal defense, but if somebody's breaking into your car and you have a firearm in your car, your defense could be that they were committing a felony trying to steal a firearm out of your car. I don't know if it is here in Idaho. I watched one of the stupidest videos I've ever seen like a couple months ago of this dude. I don't know if you guys have seen it. A guy riding a bike with he's wearing a Saab shirt, SAAB, and a car goes wide to go around him and then goes and parks at a park or something, right? And the dude on in the car is sitting there in his car for a little bit doing something, and the bike rolls up and goes, "You got way too close to me," and pulls his door open and says, "You're not going anywhere," and starts calling the cops. And it just blows my mind how this dude in the car didn't lock the door and then close the door. Because he closed the door and then he tried to lock it 3 times before the other dude forced his way into the way of the door so that he couldn't close it. Oh, that there would have been. I'm not trying to sound like a terrible person when I say this, but somebody would be sent to the hospital that day if it were me. There is no way that I'm going to let somebody else. Hard right turn in reverse. Okay, the problem is there was a car parked next to him, too. I know where you're going with that. But you don't want to damage other people's cars, too. That's one of the bigger downsides of that whole situation right there. But yeah, there's no way that somebody wouldn't be sent to the hospital that day. Hell yeah. Dude, if you watch that video, that dude is kind of scary. I wouldn't want that in my truck. I wouldn't want that dude anywhere near me. Dude's insane. It's the most not the most insane person I've ever seen, but one of these scarier interactions, and I'm surprised that nobody got hurt. Well, I don't drive around with my door locked, to be honest, because it doesn't automatically lock at 15 miles an hour like most modern cars do, or 10 miles an hour, or whatever they do. My truck's from the 90s. They didn't do that back then. Or at least it doesn't, because it doesn't have electronic door locks. They're manual. Which is always fun, because when you're sitting there at a stoplight and some creepy dude or something is walking by in the crosswalk or something, and you lock the door and they look at you funny. Oh, I don't do that. I do pay attention to my surroundings, though. If something weird is going on, it's definitely getting locked. I want somebody to try and prove me wrong. But it kind of seems like the stream's dying down. We'll continue talking for a bit as long as somebody's talking. But I think at the 4-hour mark, I'm going to go ahead and call it off. I think this stream did a little better than last night. Last night, I think I had 500 people show up total over 3.5 hours. And no new subscribers or anything. It kind of felt like a waste of time, to be honest. Now, 500 is bad. I was averaging 8,000 for like every day for a month in October. And then the moment I got monetized, everything went to shit. And I'm starting to wonder if I should have put off being monetized. Yes, this is with the assumption that it was cut in half after being constructed. It means that there is another half that is the same shape. Yeah, my channel's been suffering ever since I got monetized. Probably try and contact YouTube about it, but I don't think they give a shit. I'll go on to Twitter or something and say something, but it seems like that organic growth I was having happen. Sure, but every dollar counts. One of my videos alone, without any donations or anything, it's like $1, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but at the amount of money that I make, $1 is a lot. Vegetables in a sandwich? What kind of vegetables do you put in a sandwich? Wait a second now. We got to talk about that. I almost kind of want to end the monetization because of this, but the problem is if I end the monetization, starting getting monetized again is going to be a bitch. I know that for a fact. So I'll reach out to YouTube, tell them on Twitter, say, my channel growth has been completely stunted the moment I got monetized. Lettuce, okay. Tomatoes. Tomatoes are a fruit. Cucumbers. I haven't had cucumbers in a sandwich before. Interesting. That doesn't sound terrible, but the last cucumber I had tasted fucking terrible. Then again, it's not even common that you put fruit on a sandwich either. Unless you're talking about like peanut butter and jelly or just a plain jelly sandwich. But then again, that's not straight fruit. Never had them. I like fried pickles though. That shit's good. Peanut butter and banana, that shit's good too. There's always a problem with the peanut butter and banana sandwiches though. And every time you take a bite, it's like you've got tar in your mouth. Same thing with like most sandwiches with peanut butter in it. It just, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. If you've ever had a sandwich with peanut butter in it, oh my God. Chewing sucks, swallowing sucks. When you're trying to drink something afterwards, it still sucks. Oh. Let's see. I'm trying to think of other stuff you can stick on a sandwich, but I'm having a bit of a brain fart here. Ooh, BLT. I haven't had one of those in a long time. Sandwiches aren't a common thing in the household, so I think I've figured out what I'm gonna do with this fake Nkosi. And I think I'm gonna take it apart and keep the front scale and then bring the rest of it to the Chris Reeve shop and tell them to do whatever the hell they want with it. This front scale I want to make a pry bar out of though. Or something like that. Or maybe I chop the scales into pieces. It's not good enough. The steel on this thing's garbage. Maybe I chop up the scales and sell or put them in the knives, in with the knives that I sell. I don't dislike that idea. If it wasn't garbage, I don't know. I think it's probably going to be a ZT, but that ZT purchase is being purchased to sell again. I'll send you a picture of anything interesting they have at the pawn shop. If there's anything that you want, tell me. just know that it would need to be purchased tomorrow. You're popping out the right angled sandwich. Okay. We'll see you later, Ground Fog. You have a good one. So here's how that would work. I work out a deal with the guys at the pawn shop. Will do, you too. It is a scary world out there. Squeak. I'll work out a deal with the guys at the pawn shop, and then I'll give you a price that I can sell it to you for. And if you say yes, then I'd need the money up front, and then I'd ship it out on Monday. The most interesting thing they have right now, doubt you're going to be interested, is a small Sebenza 31 Tonto with black micarta inlays. Fair enough, but you never know what you're going to see. So the small is 525 new. And let me check. I know what price I can get that one for. Fair enough. I might have to buy that thing anyway. If I wait for the... God, I hate it when this shit happens. The inlays worry you? Why would that worry you? Oh, I hate borrowing money, but I might need to buy this thing anyway. Damn it. I'm in debt already. But it's such a good deal. They have a full-size Osborne in MagnaCut. One of the only other options, as stupid as this sounds, is like pawning my full-size Sebenza to buy it. And then I turn around and sell that thing, and then get my Sebenza back out. What price would you say would you have to say yes for on that? I don't want to trade. I'm keeping mine. I don't want to trade anything for it. I just want to buy it and then resell it. You know, I don't want to lose my stuff to get it. I mean, I guess. What are these things selling for? Oh, I know what you're talking about. I just don't want to lose any of my shit to get something else that I'm not going to keep. Don't get me wrong, I'm going to make profit on it. There's no way I'm losing money on that thing. I need like $1,000. They've got so much crap in there that's about to be an insane deal if it's there on set on Sunday. I need to check how much these are selling for on eBay. Based on that number, I can calculate about how much they'll give me for it. I need to find a bunch of shit to sell if I'm going to be able to buy this thing. I've got 166. Oh, but I'm going to make so much money on that thing. Oh my god. I have to buy it. Anyway, eBay. Oh, Gonzo, you're going to love this. First, we're going to look this thing up. Remind me of Chris Reeve Mutt. Just remind me of that. Tops MSF 4.0. Sold items 60, 80, 130. I'm not going to get a good deal on this thing. These aren't worth shit. I could pawn my military. I don't know how much I'll get for it though. Oh, what can I get rid of? I don't want to pawn stuff because if I pawn stuff, then you know what? That might be my only option right there. The Sandrin Torino. How much are those selling for? It would eat up my profit, but at least I get my shit back. Just believe me, there's no way I'm losing money on it. 250, 250, 200, 250, 200. They might give me like 120 for that one. And 120 would be enough to buy it. But then I would be missing out. Oh my god, I need him to buy those knives. I need to get a hold of him, like, tonight. I've got somebody who has 2 knives on hold. I don't like rushing people. But if I don't make that deal, I'm missing out on a lot of money. Sell the Torino. There's no way I'm getting what it's worth. What else can I sell? Hey Gonzo, did you reach out to whoever it was about the Emerson by chance? Squeak. The question is the Chris Reeve still there? I'm gonna go look through my personal collection. See if there's anything that I'm willing to give up for profit. Damn, my personal collection's small. I will make it work. We got this. Oh, what do we have in here? Well, I'm going to go ahead and figure all the finances out on this thing to see if I can buy my fourth Chris Reeve. I'm giving up so much shit to make this happen. I'll make it work. And then I'll resell it. And make profit. And it'll all be worth it in the end. Nick, what's up? I don't know if Gonzo's still in here. I asked him a question, then he disappeared. But how's it going? Yeah, I was thinking about ending the stream because almost nobody's in here, but if I've got somebody to talk to, then I might keep going. We were arguing the best way to cut a sandwich earlier, yes. Go ahead and throw your 2 cents in there. A 45-degree angle. Well, I'd say that that's about what this is, if I didn't fuck it up. But yes, you get the point. You are correct. Diagonally cutting a sandwich is the perfect way of cutting a sandwich. And in my professional sandwich eating opinion, you can tell because I'm a big dude that there is no better way of cutting a sandwich. You just get that perfect first bite right here. Oh, it's the best. The only downside of it, well, yes, but I'm a sandwich connoisseur, if you will. You can tell because of the sausage fingers. Never trust a skinny chef. Now you listen here. No, that's fair. Favorite sandwiches? Well, everybody likes, except for the people that are allergic to them, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. But I like just a plain jelly sandwich. Because I don't like it when a bunch of peanut butter and bread get stuck to the roof of my mouth and I'm sitting there fighting it with my tongue for about what feels like a half hour. When in reality it's probably like 40 seconds, but still. Strawberry, grape, blackberry. Blackberry's good. raspberry. I've never had a bad jelly. But then there's the question. Here's the bigger question after all that. We got to keep in mind that there's also the amount of jelly you put into the sandwich. Are you like packing that shit, or are you just putting a thin layer and saying good enough? Because I'm packing that shit. I'm trying to get rid of that thing. I've had issues from the beginning trying to get rid of that thing. Thin layers? Oh, dude. Then there's too much bread, in my opinion. Nobody wants it because it's not pointy. But yeah, it's an Emerson Sark with titanium liners. I'll bet you do too. I've been trying to find somebody to buy it. Oh, yeah, I've been trying to get rid of it since I bought it. I bought it to sell it because I got a good deal on it. It's up on Blade Binge right now, but I'd prefer to sell it direct through Cash App. That way, Blade Binge doesn't take 7.5% of my profit. And the person buying it gets a better deal. Emerson Sark. I don't know who Bob is. There's a Sark for $250, $337 that are up for sale. And then the ones that have sold, they are selling for $209, $337. One sold for $103 on an auction, and then one sold for $600. And I want $180. The only problem is it doesn't come with a box. But it's basically brand new other than that. A little bit of fidgeting has been done with it with me. Somebody lost it in... It's one of the ones that somebody pawned at the pawn shop and they lost it. Well, I thought it was a fantastic deal until I put it up on Blade Binge for like $190 and nobody bought it. Like, I kept it between me and the subscribers for a bit just to see if somebody would buy it, and nobody. Let me double check what I have it up for on Blade Binge real quick. I try and do great deals like that. I really do. Alright, Blade Binge is being an asshole and won't let me log in. I think it's the only one on there, but I'd still prefer to log in and take a look. Don't give me that shit. Of course there's a saved password for Blade Binge. Tawag, what's up? How's it going? Oh, you pile. I appreciate that. Nice. I don't remember when I turned 16. I don't remember my password. Well, I'm trying to help people find knives that they like and give them to them for a good price. I've got a bunch of shit up for sale. It's just nobody wants to buy it because everybody's struggling right now. No, I get that, but I need it sold like now. I didn't expect a good deal to show up, but there's a small Sabenza at my local pawn shop for a ridiculously good deal. If it doesn't sell tomorrow, or if it doesn't sell today, tomorrow it'll be 40% off. And it's just an insane deal. SARK. Search and rescue knife. You need to say that it has the blunt tip though, because a lot of them have the sharp tip, and this one doesn't. It's in 154 cm as far as I can tell. I'll be right back. I gotta go get my password book to find out what my password for Blade Binge is. Unfortunately. I don't know where I put my password book either. Palmer, what's up? How's it going? Welcome back. Maybe look a little bit more for that password book. Oh, that sucks. Awesome, I appreciate that. Wish I would have known or remembered where I put my password book, though. You two go ahead and talk to each other for a minute. I want to find this thing. I'll be honest with you guys. I didn't expect to lose a black book full of passwords. Man, that sucks. You. This thing's kind of like really important. Excuse me, round what? I'm going to sit here and chat with you guys through the comment section while I go look for my password book. Well, see, it's not just a regular misplaced item. It is a misplaced item that has a way of getting into all of my YouTube bullshit. And I still think that the diagonal cut is better than a round. Guess I gotta get another one of those password books. Well, that's not good. On the bright side, while I was searching for it, I found one of these battery pouches that's expanding, which means likely to explode one of these days. Which also means I'm glad I found it when I did, because holy shit, it is puffed up quite a bit. We will bring that to the local fire department and get rid of that thing. I also found a $20 bill that's miscut a while back, and I'll probably end up having to use that instead of keeping it as part of my collection of stuff. Be nice if my password book could say something back to me saying, like, I'm over here, some shit like that. I don't know where I would have put it. I've thought about it, and I've kind of tried going around and asking people if they want their stuff sharpened, but almost everybody uses box cutters nowadays. I could have sworn I left that password book in my room on my desk, and it's not there. And nobody's broken into the house. Yeah, having a pocket knife apparently isn't all that common anymore. Companies don't want the liability of you using your own knife, so they're going to give you a razor knife instead. That's garbage and very likely to break and hurt you. Instead of me with my beautiful $500 knife that has never hurt me, knock on wood. Anyway, Nick, if you're still here, I can still show you pictures of it. Or show you where you can find a link to it or something. I doubt you're still here, but I could still do that. Hey, cool. I can sign in now. It should have that saved, but obviously it didn't. Hey, a Mac 2's on sale. A Mac 2 is on sale for $430. That's a pretty good deal. That won't stay around long. I think everybody left. That's unfortunate. Tim, what's up? How's it going? Well, I don't think Nick Martino's in here anymore. I don't know how I'm supposed to get a hold of him. I'm doing fine, other than I lost my password book and I don't know where the fuck it is. It has the password to my YouTube channel, my Blade Binge account, and just about everything important. And it's somewhere in the house, and I don't know where. So I'd say that that's a little bit worse than going to work, if you ask me. I don't know about you. I've spent a good bit searching for it. No clue where in the hell it would be. Oh, the risks that I take. Well, we're down to 0 viewers. I think we'll go ahead and end it here. Well, not a whole lot to say. Give it about a minute and 15 seconds, and then we'll end the stream, and then I gotta go search for the password book for everything that I've got. You know, just the most important little book paper thing that I've got. Wish I would have known that was missing sooner. Yep, we'll see you later. Why don't I have it digitized? Great question. I do, on the phone that I'm recording with, which is the problem because I needed it for the other phone. And I'm not going to just exit the stream to go figure out what my password to Blade Binge is and then come back. Also, I wanted it so that if somebody just happened to get into my phone, that they wouldn't be able to get into everything. Because I've had that happen before because I'm an idiot. You also got to keep in mind that I have two-factor authentication turned on for my YouTube channel, but it's also turned on for the backup email, and then the backup email for that backup email, and then the backup email for that backup email. So you'd need to get two-factor authenticated 4 times for you to get into my YouTube channel and change anything. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end it there. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one. Bye, Palmer. You have a good one.